Hər vaxtınız xeyir, hörmətli qonaqlar, əziz tədbir iştirakçıları. Olimpiya çempionluğuna doğru təmiz idmanda milli və qlobal baxışlar. İdmançı köməkçi heyəti üçün beynəlxalq elmi praktik konferansında hər birinizi xoş gördük. Azərbaycan dövlət himni səslənir. Əziz qonaqlar, tədbirimizin açılış nitqi üçün söz verilir. Azərbaycan Respublikası Gənclər və İdman Naziri cənab Fərid Qayıbova.
Hörmətli xanımlar və cənablar, əziz qonaqlar, mən ilk öncə hamınızı Gənclər və İdman Naziri adından salamlayıram. İstərdim təşəkkürlərdən başlayım. Gəncə Fuad müəllim, hörmətli rektorumuza təşəkkür bildirmək istərdim ki, daima bizə dəstək olur bu tədbirlərin keçirilməsində. Təxminən xanımı təbrik edirəm və təşəkkür edirəm bu konferensiyanın təşkilatçılığında. İlk belə bir sizin AMADA rəhbərliyinə keçdiyinizdə ilk tədbirdir. Və təbii ki, bütün iştirakçıları salamlayıram, qonaqları salamlayıram. Xaricdən də qonaqlarımız var. Ümidvaram ki, bu çox maraqlı, hamımız üçün çox maraqlı keçəcək və bütün iştirakçılardan da xahişim olacaq ki, sonda öz fikirlərinizi bildirəsiniz. Çünki mən istərdim ki, belə bir konferensiyalar davamlı olsun. İnanıram da davamlı da olacaq, çox maraqlı olacaq və hamımız üçün xeyirli bir konferensiya olacaq. Təbii ki, bizim əsas məqsədlərimiz əhalinin sağlam olmasıdır və Gənclər və İdman Naziri bu yöndə müxtəlif işlər görülür. Təbii ki, federasiyalarla bərabər və idmanın kütləviliyi, ümumiyyətlə bu səmtdə müxtəlif tədbirlər keçirilir. Amma idmanı təbliğ etmək üçün bizə ulduzlar da lazımdır və bu ulduzlar təbii ki, yüksək nəticə əldə etmiş idmançılardır və burada hər dəfə yüksək nəticə necə əldə olunacağı haqqında düşüncələr var. Biz Azərbaycanda həmişə həm dövlət, həm də digər qurumlar təmiz idman seçmişik və bunun üçün də həmişə çalışırıq ki, idmanımız təmiz olsun. Təbii ki, bunun üçün müəyyən bir çevrə yaratmalıyıq ki, yaratmışıq da və bunun üzərində də daimi işlər gedir, həm dövlət tərəfindən, həm ictimai qurumlar tərəfindən, federasiyalar tərəfindən. Və belə bir çevrəmiz var ki, haradakı idmançılarımız özlərini sağlam hiss edirlər və o sağlam çevrədə yaxşı rəqabət edirlər və təbii ki, o şərtlə ki, qadağan olmuş üsullardan istifadə etməmək və təbii ki, qadağan olmuş preparatlardan istifadə etməmək şərti ilə. Bizim idmançılarımız kifayət qədər nəticə əldə ediblər və inanıram ki, bu il də Olimpiya ilidir və elə bu konferansiyada Olimpiya ilində təşkil olunub. Bu həm təsadüfdür, həm də təsadüfi deyil. O demək deyil ki, biz yalnız Olimpiya ilində 4-dən bir yada salmalıyıq. Yox, biz daima bunun haqqında düşünürük və yenə də Təxminə xanıma biz tərəfdən, nazirlik tərəfindən hər hansı bir belə bir tədbirlərin keçirilməsində hər hansı bir dəstəyə biz hazır olduğumuzu bildirirəm və bilirəm ki, bir neçə gündən sonra idmançılar üçün də bizim idman paytaxtımız Qubada idmançılar üçün də oxşar bir toplantı olacaqdır və maraqlı məlumatlar orada idmançılarımız da yenə də əldə edəcəklər. Elə bir mövzudur ki, bu haqda hər dəfə danışılır və yeniliklər olur, həm WADA tərəfindən, həm beynəlxalq, ümumiyyətlə müxtəlif beynəlxalq antidopinq təşkilatlarından. Biz yenə də bizim işimiz öyrənmək və inkişaf etməkdir. Mən hamınızı təbrik edirəm bu konferensiya münasibətilə və təbii ki, uğurlar arzu edirəm. Çox sağ olun.
Təşəkkür edirik. Çıxış üçün söz verilir. Azərbaycan Dövlət Bədən Tərbiyəsi və İdman Akademiyasının rektoru cənab Fuad Hacıyevə.
Çox hörmətli cənab nazir, hörmətli qonaqlar, xanımlar və cənablar və eyni zamanda bizim buradakı qonaqlar qeyd eləmək istəyirəm. Hörmətli Mixail Sepki, Mərkəzi Avropa Antidopinq Qurumunun rəhbərini, Yunanistan Antidopinq Qurumunun rəhbəri Leon Qriqorisi, sonra bizim həmkarlarımız, bizim eyni zamanda tərəfdaş universitetlərin müəllimləri John Dickinson, hansı ki Kent Universitetinin professorudur, James Puyu, hansı ki nutrisologdur, eyni zamanda bizdə tədris prosesini həyata keçirir. Paulina ilə 3 gündür biz görüşürük, hörmətli Paulina, hansı ki London Kral Kollecinin fəlsəfə üzrə doktorudur və bizim hörmətli idmançılarımız İlham Zəkiyev, Fəridə xanım, Antidopinq Agentliyinin nümayəndələri və bizim elmi akademik heyət. Sizi görməkdən biz çox şadıyıq. Bugün cənab nazir qeyd elədi, bu təsadüf zəruriyyətdən doğan bir təsadüfdür. Təsadüfən təsadüflər olmur. Bu məqsədlə bugün biz yığışmışıq. Akademiya bugünkü tədbirdə ilk olaraq qeyd edim ki, bugün ölkəmizdə idman siyasəti olduqca vacib mövzunu müzakirə etmək məqsədi ilə toplaşmışıq. Hər kəsin təmiz idman nöqteyi nəzərindən Olimpiya çempionluğuna doğru can atmasını görmək çox xoşdur bizim üçün. Biz bugün idmanda dopinqlə mübarizədə birgə səylərimizin önəmini vurğulayır və dürüstlük, ədalətlilik, qaydalara rəayət prinsiplərinin sarsılmaz sadiqliyini müdafiə edirik. Sözü gedən məsələ ilə bağlı müzakirəyə başlayarkən idmanda dopinqin yaratdığı çətinliyin ağırlığını və onun atletik rəqabətin bütövlüyünə verdiyi dərin təsirləri etiraf etməyimiz labüddür. Bu səbəbdən Azərbaycan Milli Antidopinq Agentliyi ilə əməkdaşlığımız təmiz idmanda ideyaları dəstəkləmək və bütün idmançılar üçün milli həm də qlobal arenada bərabər oyun şəraitini təmin etmək üçün əsasdır. Təmiz idmanı təbliğ etmək məsələyə kompleks yanaşmanın tətbiqini zəruri edir. Təhsil, maarifləndirmə, ciddi sınaq protokolları dopinqlə mübarizədə, eləcə də idmanda etik və hesabatlıq mədəniyyətinin təşviqində strategiyamızın əsas komponentləridir. Mən bir şeyi qeyd etmək istəyirəm. Buna görə bu məqsədlə ilk dəfə olaraq bizimlə AMADA arasında əməkdaşlıq haqqında memorandum imzalanmışdır. Bu memorandum heç də təsadüfdən irəli gəlmir. Hazırda təmiz idman ideyalarının daşıyıcıları əsas yük bu akademiyanın üzərinə düşür və Mərkəzi İcra Hakimiyyəti orqanından bərabər. Çünki ən azı bugün bu akademiyanın divarları arasında 700-dən çox dünya, Avropa çempionatı və birinciliklərin qalibləri təhsil alırlar. Onların əksəriyyəti bu gün hazırda fəaliyyət göstərən milli yığma komandalarının üzvləridir. İldə 1700-dən artıq məzun idman əmək bazarında fəaliyyətə başlayır. Hazırda akademiyada 29 doktorant tədris alır. Onlardan 11-i tibb və biologiya üzrədir, 18-i pedaqogika üzrədir. 7-si fəlsəfə doktorudur, digərləri 7-si elmlər doktorudur, digərləri fəlsəfə doktorudur. Bu böyük bir ordu həmin bu təmiz ideyanın daşıyıcılarıdır. İbtidai sağlamlıq qruplarından başlamış yüksək idman ustalığı məktəblərinə qədər bu prosesi tənzimləyən, təşviq edən, təşkil edən bu auditoriyadan çıxan heyətdir. Ona görə də bu heç də təsadüf deyildi. Biz bu məsuliyyəti başa düşürük. Bizim üçün böyük bir məsuliyyətdir. AMADA-ya təşəkkürümüzü bildiririk ki, bu təşəbbüslə çıxış elədi və biz bu memorandumu imzaladıq. Qarşımızda ciddi məsələlər durur. Burada əməkdaşlıqdır, birgə konferensiyalardır, simpoziumlardır, təhqiqat işləridir və digər məsələlərdir. Ona görə də mən bu konferansın, bu böyük beynəlxalq elmi praktik konferansın əhəmiyyətini vurğulamaqla bütün qonaqları bir daha salamlayıram və hər birinizə bu konferansın işində fəal iştirak eləmək və bu konferansın nəticəsində hansısa bir təhqiqat mövzularının ortaya çıxmasında biz çox maraqlıyıq. Çünki bizim ən azı 30-a yaxın təsəvvür edilən magistrimiz, bir ondan çox bizim doktorantın elmi rəhbərləri beynəlxalq dərəcəli ekspertlərdir. Dünyanın ən qabaqcıl universitetlərinin professor müəllim heyətidir. Və təsəvvür edin, ildə biz 90-a yaxın İngilis, Rus və Azərbaycan dilli magistrları hazırlayıb idman əmək bazarına təqdim edirik. Və ona görə də bu böyük potensialdan biz çalışıb maksimum istifadə eləməliyik ki, Azərbaycanda təmiz idman ideyaları ibtidai sağlamlıq qrupundan başlayaraq yüksək idman ustalığı məktəbinə qədər təmin və təşviq olunsun. Diqqətinizə görə çox sağ olun. Konferensiyanın işinə uğurlar arzulayıram.
Təşəkkür edirik Fuad müəllim. Hörmətli tədbir iştirakçıları, konferansımız davam edir və söz verilir Azərbaycan Milli Antidopinq Agentliyinin icraçı direktoru Təxminə xanım Tağzadəyə. Buyurun Təxminə xanım, söz sizdən.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor and privilege to welcome you all at the International Scientific Conference, Rising Olympic Champions, Azerbaijani and Global Perspective on Clean Sport. As CEO of the Azerbaijan National Antidoping Agency, I'm truly delighted to see such distinguished gathering of guests, athletes and experts in the field of clean sport. First of all, I would like to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guests whose presence here today highlights the significance of this conference. Your participation underscores the importance of promoting clean sport and ensuring fair play in all athletic endeavors. Your insight and expertise will undoubtedly enrich our discussion and contribute to the advancement of anti-doping efforts globally. To the athletes in attendance, I offer my sincere congratulations in your dedication and commitment to excellence. You are an embodiment of the Olympic spirit, and your tireless pursuit of athletic achievements serves as an inspiration to us all. As we gather here today, we are reminding the importance of collaboration and cooperation in the fight against doping in sport. The challenges we face are complex and multifaceted, But by working together, we can overcome them and create a level playing field for all athletes. I would like to highlight the unique structure of this conference, which will take place in 2 different locations. As distinguished minister mentioned, today we are staying in Baku, and on February 23rd, a similar conference, but for athletes, will be conducted in Guba, which is the capital of Azerbaijan, for 2024. In closing, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who contributed to the success of this conference. First of all, the Minister of Youth and Sport, thank you very much, the Director of Azerbaijan State Academy of Physical Education and Sport, and also to the Chair of Supervisory Board, to Nigar Hanum, for all support and contribution to this conference. Thank you very much and good luck.
Təşəkkür edirik Təminə xanım. Əziz qonaqlar, mən bu anda çıxışımı yekunlaşdırıram. Qarşıda sizi çox maraqlı sessiyalar gözləyir və tədbirə moderatorluq etmək üçün səhnəyə Azərbaycan Milli Antidopinq Agentliyinin elm şöbəsinin müdürü Rüfət Əfəndiyevə dəvət edirəm. Buyurun Rüfət bəy.
Hörmətli cənab nazir, hörmətli xanımlar və cənablar, sizi Olimpiya çempionluğa doğru təmiz idmanda milli və qlobal baxışlar adlı beynəlxalq elmi praktik konferansda salamlayıram. Sessiyalarımızı açıq elan edirik. Söz verilir, AMADA İdmançılar Məsləhətçi Komissiyasının sədri, 2 qat Paralimpiya çempionu İlham Zəkiyevə. Buyurun İlham müəllim.
Hörmətli cənab nazir, Fuad müəllim, Təminə xanım, salamlayıram. Qonaqlarımızı da, xaricdən gələn qonaqlarımızı da hər birinizi salamlayıram. Hörmətli xanımlar və cənablar, əziz dostlar. Bugünkü bu konferansın keçirilməsində əziyyətli keçən hər bir kəsə öz təşəkkürümü bildirirəm. Bu lazım olan bir şeydir, çünki Azərbaycan idmançıları hər zaman biz çalışmışıq ədalətli olaq və təmiz qələbələr. İdmanda ədalətlilik prinsiplərini biz qoruyaq. Mən özüm ilk Azərbaycan tarixində ilk paralimpiya çempionu kimi düşmüşəm. İlk dəfə mən paralimpiya oyunlarında Azərbaycanı təmsil edirdim, judodan mən tək idim Afina paralimpiya oyunlarında və orada mən qızıl medal qazanmaqla ölkəmizi layiqincə mən elə biləm ki, təmsil edirəm orada. 5 dənə paralimpiya oyunlarında mən özüm iştirak eləmişəm. Afina, Pekin, London, sonra Rio və sonuncu Tokyo paralimpiya oyunu və bu oyunlardan Afina, Pekin qızıl, Londondan bürünc, Rio'da biraz səhhətimdə problemim oldu, 5-ci oldum. Lakin sonuncu Tokyo paralimpiya oyunlarında mən bürünc medalına vətənə dönmüşəm və hal-hazırda da inşallah növbəti 24-cü il Olimpiya və Paralimpiya oyunlarında Parisdə keçiriləcək, ora hazırlaşırıq. Çox möhtəşəm bir rəqabət olacaq. Təbii ki, biz idmançılar olaraq biz həmişə tərəfdarıq ki, sağlam rəqabət olsun, təmiz qələbələr olsun. Azərbaycana təmiz qələbələr yaraşır. Mən bir şey danışmaq istəyirəm. Sonuncu Paralimpiya oyunlarında 2021-ci ildə məlum pandemiyaya görə Olimpiyada bir il gecikdi. Bu bir il gecikmə kimsə deyər ki, kim üçünsə yaxşı oldu, kim üçünsə pis oldu. Mən deyərim ki, Azərbaycan yığma komandası çox gözəl oldu. Çünki 20-ci ildə biz Vətən müharibəsində torpaqlarımızı işğaldan azad eləyərək biz Tokyo paralimpiya oyunlarına və olimpiya oyunlarına bizim komandamız qalib ölkənin, müzəffər ölkənin idmançıları kimi biz yollanmışdıq. İdmançılarda da böyük motivasiya var idi. Düzdür, orada bizə qarşı biraz o pandemiya çox sərt qanunlar var idi. İdmançılara lakin bu çox pis təsir eləmədi. Və çox tarixi bir qələbə biz Tokyoda qazandıq. 19 dənə medal, onlardan 14'ü qızıl oldu. Çox möhtəşəm bir qələbə idi və dünya ölkələri sıralamasında biz 10-cu olduq. Azərbaycan olaraq balaca bir ölkə, amma o cür nəhəng ölkələr arasında biz 10-cu olduq. Oradan çox möhtəşəm qələbədir. Mən öz çıxışım haqqında mən deyə bilərdim ki, Tokyoda məndə ikinci görüşdə sol ayağımda 2 barmağım sındı. Lakin mən bunu nə rəqibə, heç kəsə bildirmədim. Çünki biz dəfələrlə şahid olduq ki, bu müharibə vaxtı bizim
hərbiçilərimiz yaralı vəziyyətdə də döyüşlərini davam edirlər və mən ağrıya baxmayaraq, yəni heç ağrı kəsici də dediyinizə görə olmaz və ağrı kəsici də istifadə edirəm. Mən döyüşü davam elədim və vətənimizə təbii ki, bürünc medalla döndüm. Bu da çox möhtəşəm bir qələbə idi. Cənab Prezident də bunu yüksək mükafatlandırdı və təbii ki, idmanda qələbə olduğu kimi məğlubiyyət də var, lakin bu məğlubiyyətdən insan, idmançılar gərək bir nəticə çıxarsın və özlərində həmişə hər daim çalışsınlar. Təmiz qələbələr, Azərbaycan idmançısı, ümumiyyətlə bütün dünya idmanında təmiz qələbələr biz dopinqə yox deyirik və təmiz qələbəni dəstəkləyirik. Hər zaman da çalışacağıq Azərbaycanımızı, ölkəmizi layiqincə təmsili Olimpiya və Paralimpiya oyunlarında. Sağ olun, diqqətinizi görə minnətdarım.
İlham müəllimə maraqlı və idmançıları ruhlandıran çıxışına görə minnətdarlığımızı bildiririk. İndi isə hamını kofe fasiləsinə dəvət edirik. Konfrans işini 20 dəqiqədən sonra davam etdirəcək. Çox sağ olun. Hörmətli xanımlar və cənablar, konfransımız işini davam etdirir. Bugünkü konfransımızda 2 Milli Antidopinq Agentliyinin rəhbəri iştirak edir. Avstriya Milli Antidopinq Agentliyinin icraçı direktoru, Mərkəzi Avropa Antidopinq Təşkilatları İdarə Heyətinin sədri Mikhail Sepik və Yunanistan Milli Antidopinq Agentliyinin rəhbəri Grigorius Leon. İlk olaraq söz cənab Sepikə verilir. Mr. Sepik, please.
Hello everybody, and before I welcome you all, I have to say it shows in sport you have to be flexible, because I wouldn't be on, so we switched. And like the athletes, the coaches and everybody, flexibility in sports is just something necessary. First of all, dear representatives from AMADA, from the Azerbaijani Anti-Doping Organization, thank you for inviting me. Dear representatives of Azerbaijani Sports Organization, dear athletes, dear coaches, dear ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of, this does not work. Just a minute, please. Yep, thank you. On behalf of the Central European Anti-Doping Organization and on behalf of NADA Austria, I would like to welcome everybody to this presentation. And as you can see from the title, I have two major topics. One is the international cooperation, which I think is very important, and the second one is education. Let me start with the international cooperation. Okay, as I said at the beginning, you have to be very, very flexible. International cooperation. Why is it so important? Okay, thank you. As you can see, there is a lot of material. You have the WADA code, you have in the meantime, I think 9 international standards, and they are all regulating so-called doping-free sport. The sense of this all regulations is to protect the fundamental right of athletes to clean sport. Doping-free sport, which as a side effect, of course, provides a healthy and a fairness sports environment. And in a way, it's to coordinate and harmonize anti-doping rules worldwide. Now this, as you can see, is the theory. So you have regulations, you have standards, you have everything, but I'm a practitioner. I'm the head of the Austrian Anti-Doping Organization, and I know from experience, not the level of anti-doping work is not the same in every country. And this is the important thing for international cooperation. It's not that NADOs and governments and federations work together. This is not the main purpose. The main purpose is that all the athletes in the respective countries experience the same level of anti-doping work. And I give you an example. If you talk to your athletes, or I'm talking to the athletes in Austria, I mean, they are not happy about providing every day a time slot, being tested all the time, filling in whereabouts information. They're not happy, but they think it's part of their job, yeah? And they accept it. What they have a problem is if they go to World Championships and Olympic Games, and then they have opponents who have a totally different level of anti-doping. No whereabouts, no time slot, no nothing. And this is why the international cooperation is so important, to provide the same standard for all the athletes. And this is not actually a part, but I think it's very important of the presentation. At the moment, you have the drafting phase of the WADA Code 2027, and also for all the standards. There will be a revision phase for all stakeholders, which means federations, representatives of athletes, NADOs, governments, everything. And I can only ask you, use this opportunity and say what you don't, I wouldn't say what you don't like, but what you think is not necessary within the standards. I give you another example. You all know the whereabouts. Athletes have to file whereabouts 3 months in advance, in every beginning of the quarter. Now, today we have the 21st of February. If I ask you 21st of May, what are you going to do? Probably no one knows, yeah? Or what you do on the 20th of April, yeah? So why do we ask athletes to provide information 3 months ahead? No international federation needs that, no anti-doping organization needs that, and as I said, I'm a practitioner. We don't plan 3 months ahead for testing. I mean, you have a test distribution plan, but in detail you don't know who you are going to test in May. Yeah? So if this is something, and a lot of federations, a lot of athletes complain about, this is now the time that you can make an input. Of course, if it's a national federation, it won't work. If, let's say, the ski federation in Austria or the weightlifting federation in Azerbaijan is putting in a comment, it doesn't work. You have to build alliances, yeah, with international federations, with governments, whatever, to change things you might not be very useful in the code. So this is just a reminder. Please be active and put your opinion into it, otherwise it will stay the same. This also will be the first time on an international level that NADOs are represented within the foundation board. There are 2 representatives from each Olympic region, which are in the so-called expert advisory group of NADO, and who contribute with the knowledge, with the problems, with the challenges NADOs face every day, and go directly into the foundation board. So also please use this opportunity to talk to your representatives in the European region. And now coming again to a practical example of working together. It's the Central European Anti-Doping Organization, and you see the countries that are members of this organization. And I'll make a short overview. It's Poland, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Austria, Hungary, Slovenia, Croatia, Serbia, and Romania. The main purpose of this organization is not a political one. There is very often a misunderstanding. As I said before, the main goal of this organization is to provide the same level of anti-doping work in all of these countries. It was established in 2019, and the main point, working together. As I said, that there's no difference in quality between countries, like we experience today, even in Europe. I don't want to even talk about Asia or Africa or other continents, but it's not at the same level in Europe as well. Assisting each other in practical ways, and of course, having a greater input on an international level. Again, before 2019, if you had voiced your opinion from Hungary or from Croatia, maybe another example from Azerbaijan, who really listens? No one. But once you are in a group of 9 countries representing more than 100 million people in Europe and their athletes, your voice becomes important. So this is also a side effect of international cooperation. And as you know, since WADA was founded in 1999, there was always a misrepresentation. There were certain regions in WADA who were the leading factors and the leading decision makers. And this is something we also want to change. And this is, of course, the political part of the organization. And to give you an example of the practical work, we had last week a workshop in Vienna with all the CEADO members, and this shows you the practical way. We discussed whereabouts, and all of you who are more in detail about whereabouts know that the situation is very unclear. And again, the output of the workshop was to ask WADA to define the specificity of whereabouts. I'll give you an example. Some of you will know the issue. What is the regular activity which the athlete has to provide? And it's not only the athlete has to provide. If he doesn't provide it, and he does this 3 times in 12 months, he gets suspended for 2 years. Although there is still a discussion, what is a regular activity? And we tried to come up with some questions to WADA. And again, if one country would ask WADA, response wouldn't be, if we would even get a response. But if you talk as 9 countries, it gives it the issue much more importance. And you see, this is the area we are talking about. The light blue countries without the stripes, they are in a cooperation with CEADO. It's the former Eastern European Regional Anti-Doping Organization. They are getting mentored by the CEADO, and in the Memorandum of Understanding is also included WADA. Now, the striped areas are those countries who we would like to invite to cooperate closer with us. They are the Central and Eastern European region, and of course, if you see the chart, the importance, the voice of this region would become much stronger if we get coordinated. And in this respect, there was the first, let me see, it was the Central and Eastern European Anti-Doping Summit, the first one last year in Warsaw, where 26 countries of the region, including Azerbaijan, was participating. And I think this is a huge step and a big step forward, not only for the athletes, but also for the countries and for their anti-doping organizations. An area where cooperation, international cooperation, is very, very important and probably the most sensitive area for cooperation, education. Because in testing you have standards. You know exactly if you are an RTP athlete, how many times you have to be tested and what the tests have to consist of. So there is not much. Of course you can cooperate, but it's relatively clear. In education, most of the organizations do their own thing. Sometimes they make the same mistakes. And you could avoid this and spend your money much more efficiently if you work together. The philosophy, and now I'm coming to NADA Austria, our philosophy is that in anti-doping, it's a 50-50 mix. Education is exactly the same or has exactly the same importance as testing. you cannot reach clean sport with only education. You won't reach clean sport just with testing. So a 50-50 balance is, in this area, very important. And what are the ingredients for prevention? Of course, it's education, and I will come to this later. The second is deterrence, which of course is testing. The third one is detection and enforcement. And for all of you who are into education, I give you a practical example. You know, we like to talk about the ideals of clean sport and what you have to do and what is prohibited and whatsoever. We had a big or huge doping scandal in 2019 where 150 police officers from Germany and Austria were involved. It was about blood doping. And after all the hearings were finished and everything, we had a chance to talk to two proponents of who were suspended and were doping and blood doping and everything. And we asked them, well, what was the effect of our education on you? I mean, why did you still dope? Well, they said, yeah, we had this education, our coaches made us go there, we sat there, we listened more or less, yeah. And yes, we heard about the values of clean sport, but if we would have told them the consequences of doping in a more dramatic way, they said they might have considered. And what I want to tell you is, what is it in a more dramatic way? Both athletes were coming from a small village, yeah? Different villages, doesn't matter. And after they were caught doping, their relatives, their mothers, their fathers, they were not even greeted anymore in the village. And they said, if we would have known those kind of consequences, social consequences, that you are like a criminal and your parents are not greeted, your sisters, your brothers, your relatives, this is a different thing than just getting suspended. And they said we should, in our education, also include the consequences of doping. And of course, one ingredient, the fifth one, is you have to have regulation, you have to have rules, which you have seen in the beginning, we have a lot of rules. What is it, what you will try to get to the athletes in education? Since 2021, there is an international standard for education, so there are certain requirements you have to have. Of course, the values of clean sport. In our philosophy, young athletes should have education before their first anti-doping testing. By the standard, you have to have minimum standards of education, who to educate, when, where, before major events like Olympic Games, World Championships, and also a clarity of the roles. What role does the NATO play? What role does coaches play? And all the people surrounding the athlete. And of course, in international cooperation and in cooperation with the national and international federations, don't tell the athletes the same things over and over again. Yeah? Because, like everybody of you know, if you hear always the same thing, it gets boring. Yeah? And they lose interest. So make sure that you divide the education between your national federations, the international federations, and the NATO. And the next picture will show you how complex this whole thing is. Yeah, these are all the groups dealing with the athlete. It depends, of course, of the specificity of the athlete. If it's a young athlete, if it's a recreational athlete, it is a level on the national level, if it's an athlete on the national level or international level. But you have so many factors surrounding them. So it's not enough just to educate the athlete. You have to educate the coaches, the officials from the federations, the media. The media is very important because the media transports your opinion to the public. Okay. All right. As I started, it's yeah. Thank you. It comes again. As I said, flexibility is important. And then you have two possibilities in education. You have on-site education and you have online education. Of course, in an age like in 2024, online is very important. But don't underestimate the effect of on-site education. You have the possibility for an exchange with the athlete. There is a feedback, you can have discussions. Yeah? And maybe I'm too much old school, but if you talk to the athletes in person, in my opinion, it has a much greater effect than just sitting in front of a screen and doing something online. But, of course, you have to have it because as the international standard of education requires, there have to be certain certificates provided by either the International Federation or the NATO for athletes to be able or to be permitted to participate in World Championships and Olympic Games. So online is a very big factor today, and of course it is much cheaper than on-site education. You don't have to send people, and big advantage is the athlete can choose the point of time when he wants to do these tests or whatever. So these are your two possibilities, and I go back to what I said at the beginning, standards and codes and everything, wonderful, yeah, we have a lot of them, but in the end, every rule is only as good as its implementation. And therefore, we need international cooperation to make it possible for our athletes to experience the same quality of anti-doping work in all the regions of the world. We have to start somewhere. We started with CEADO in Central Europe. We want to extend it to Central and Eastern Europe. And from then on, we'll see how it works. So thank you very much.
Dear Michael, thank you so much for your interesting and informative presentation. İndi isə cənab Michael Sepik'a suallarınızı verə bilərsiniz. Zəhmət olmasa kimin sualı varsa özünü təqdim etsin və sualını səsləndirsin.
Kamran Valiyev, Deputy General Secretary, Association of Football. So you talked about the prevention, and you mentioned that 50% education takes 50% role on this target. When we compare the education of technical staff and sportsmen and players, which one is more effective? Is it more effective to educate sportsmen directly, or is it more effective to educate technical staff and coaches and to have impact with the support on these people? And the second question about the age. On which age we can start the education? Because before being professional, they start youth leagues, they start with amateur leagues, and then they move to the professional leagues. Which one is more effective to start of educating sportsmen and players?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And I think especially the second question is very important. I was a youth coach. I'm coming out of basketball. I was a youth coach for almost 12 years. And I can tell you from my experience, education does not make much sense before the age of 13 or 14. Yeah? Because there are two factors. When they are younger, they are not interested in abstract words like values of sports and everything. When they turn 13 or 14, they are into sports for quite a long time. And once they get in contact with anti-doping, with the NATO, they feel like, now I'm really important. I'm an athlete. Anti-doping organization is coming to me. They treat me like a real athlete. So this is one factor we all should use. And then there's something, and I think most of you will agree, sports is not a specific area out of life. It's one area like all the other areas in life. If you try to educate an athlete who is 24, 27, 30, in my opinion, forget it. You can provide information to those athletes. He's an adult. He is a grown-up person with a character. You cannot change the character of such a person. You know, if he or she decided to go the wrong way, you can make as much education seminars as you won't change him. In my opinion, the most important age is between 14 and 18, where a young person grows up, where their character is built. This is the time to provide them with the values of sport, what is right, what is wrong. So our concentration goes to the school athletes who are already on their way to national testing pool athletes. This is the important step. And asking which groups? I mean, definitely, the most important group is the athlete, him or herself. Yeah? But don't underestimate the value, especially of coaches. Doctors, yes, are important as well, but how many times does the athlete has contact? The coach, and as I said from my own experience, sometimes if the kids at the small age, like 12, 13, 14, and they have problems in school, they don't go to their parents. Yeah? The parents came to me and said, can you talk to our son, he has problems. And sometimes they listen more to the coach than to their parents. So also in regard of doping and anti-doping, if you go to the surrounding personnel of athletes, go to the coaches. They are most important.
Thank you so much, dear Michael. So, kimin sualı varsa, buyurun.
Hello everyone, I am Maksud Velishov and I'm the head of testing department at AMADA. I have a question about collaboration plans between Azerbaijan National Antidoping Agency and Austrian National Antidoping Agency. My question is, what kind of collaboration plans do you have with AMADA to further improve global fight against doping? If you want, you can ask again.
I did not exactly hear the question.
Okay, I'm sorry. What kind of future collaboration plans do you have with AMADA to further improve global fight against doping? Thank you so much.
Well, it's as I said in the presentation, I think it's very important to have international cooperation, to have an exchange, and I think that AMADA is on a good way, and they will definitely, I'm convinced they will reach their goal of clean sport as much as possible, like in every other country as well. But of course, you can speed the process up, which, if you avoid mistakes other organizations have already made. So I think a cooperation in AMADA's case with maybe an organization like CEADO would be very helpful, because then you have a lot of countries, a lot of organizations who, some of them are better in this area, some are better in that area, and this helps a lot. But the important thing is, whoever you are working with, the international cooperation is the main thing.
Thank you, Michael.
Hello, I'm a representative of the Golf Federation, and as a
Of which federation?
Yeah, Golf Federation.
Golf.
Yes. And as a teacher myself, I just have a question, since I'm planning to also look into the doping situations, to look for, of course, online resources. Do you have any recommendations of who would be like the best coach with good evidence and a good explanation of why exactly it shouldn't be done, how to prevent it, and how to explain it?
Okay, the second part of the question,
do you recommend like any people online that could, are good representatives of explaining why it's bad, especially to do doping, and give not only evidence to their research, but also can teach others how to explain it to their students?
Well, as I said before, it's you have of course the online option for education, especially in a federation like golf. This might be a very good option because you normally don't get all the golfers at the same time at the same location. Yeah, but again, you should also try as much as possible to have at least a couple of in-person meetings. Yeah, I mean, definitely golf is not the most high-risk sport we face. Yeah, but still, injuries, whatever can happen, and we know that in all sports, if you use prohibited substances, the recreation or the coming back for a comeback is much faster if you use prohibited methods so prevention is also an issue, of course, in golf. Thank you.
Buyurun, başka bir sual varsa? Okay, sual yok. Buyurun.
Hello, Gudrat Safarov, Azərbaycan National Antidopinq Agency Education Department. I want to ask you, do you have any challenge in antidoping education in your Central European region? Because I assume different cultural backgrounds, different language aspects can have a little bit difficulties for you. Do you have some kind of challenge that you are facing right now?
Well, all the communication between the countries is in English, so if we can provide whatever information out of CEADO, it would be in English, so there is no difference or no issue regarding language. And of course, as I said, the big advantage of working together in such a relatively big group is that you learn from the experience others have made because they tried something, found out, well, it doesn't work that well, and you communicate. So you are not the one who's saying, well, I have to try this. No, because you know someone else tried it already and it didn't work. Yeah? So it makes it much more efficient, and especially, as I said, in the area of education, which, although there is an international standard of education, it's not so much regulated like testing or TDSSA and TDP and whatsoever. Yeah.
Another question, please.
Tahmina Umarzadeh, Azərbaycan Antidopinq Agency, Science Department. So what difficulties did you face while implementing international strategies?
Standards or strategies?
Austria.
Okay. What challenges did we face? It's a very good question. But I would say it's the most challenging part is to provide the same level of education to all the federations, to all the athletes, and having to face, let me put it this very politely, different level of engagement of the federations. So with some federations, it's easy to work together. Yeah, they assist you, they help you, and some other organizations or federations are not so into cooperation. But the big advantage we have in Austria, we have a federal anti-doping law, which requires all the federations to work together with us. Otherwise, they won't get funding from the ministry. So this is quite a good level we have, or something we can. I wouldn't say force the federations, but it helps. to work together with them.
Okay, dear Michael, thank you so much for your very
Thank you very
distinct
much.
presentation and also for your insight. We appreciate you here very much. Thank you. Konferansımız davam edir. İndi Yunanistan Milli Antidopinq Agentliyinin rəhbəri Grigorios Leon ölkəsinin antidopinq üzrə təhsil strategiyasının uğur hekayəsi barədə məruzə ilə çıxış edəcək. Buyurun cənab Leon, please.
Good morning to everyone, and thank you for the invitation. Thank you especially to the Minister and to the CEO of the Antidopinq Agency of Azerbaijan. Well, today we prepared a presentation about the success story of HADA, and we say like this because HADA, even if we come from the birthplace of the Olympic Games, from Athens in Greece. In the past, the Hellenic Antidoping Agency had problems and had several also problems, as you can notice also in the next slides. So I will speak to you about the importance that the involvement of HADA and how this involvement played a huge role also to the education strategy, and I will focus also to the ASP education strategy, so for the assistant personnel, the education strategy between bridging gaps and forming futures. Well, let's start as always with a little bit of history, not history from ancient Greece, but history from the last decades of Greece that we have had, as I told you from the beginning, several problems to the anti-doping. Well, as we all know, in 1999 we have the foundation of WADA. With a law in 2002, we have the creation in Greece of the National Council for Combating Doping, which was the first form of anti-doping, but not an agency, an anti-doping council, as you see, for doping, against doping. And in 2006, we have the International Convention Against Doping in Sport, as we all know, the UNESCO Convention. And ESCAN, well, the Commission was operating according to the decision made by its board of directors, and it is a board dependent from the minister. In 2012, we have the constitution of a legal person governed in private law with the name EOCAN. Well, it's the organization that we have till now, but we created in law in 2012, but we never practiced it till 2020, that actually the law that we founded in 2012 became reality in 2020 with the presidential decree. And actually we have a new organization, EOCAN, which is an organization that, as I told you, has at the beginning had all the problems of the old council. In fact, on 5th September of 2019, WADA audited ESCAN, the old committee. I have to notice from time to time the difference between ESCAN, the old committee, and EOCAN, which is the new organization. So WADA at the beginning audited ESCAN, and it found that is not compliant with the WADA code, and suggested 56, if I remember well, 56, yes, corrective actions to become compliant. After 2019, we have the presidential decree, as I told you. We have the reality from the committee, from ESCAN, to pass to the new reality of EOCAN, which is, as I told you, the actual organization that we have. And on 1st July of 2021, just 2 months, as you see in the next sentence, 2 months before the remaining corrective actions have to be completed, they nominated me as president and governor of EOCAN, of the Hellenic Antidoping Agency. So in practice, I have had just 2 months from 1st July till 31st of August to organize everything well, to do all the corrective actions well, to do the legislation work together with the minister well, to do everything well, to make policies, to make to gain new staff, staff qualified also, and to make well all the 33 corrective actions. And in fact, we succeeded actually on. As I remember well, on November of 2021, WADA said that HADA, that the Hellenic Antidoping Agency, is a compliant agency with the code. So we fulfill all the criteria, all the 56 actions, and I notice again that most of them were fulfilled in just 2 months. But it's just for an agency, is just important to be compliant or to continue to make progress. And as you can see here, for us, the most important progress is not finished with the acceptance of a compliant country from WADA, but started from that era. Well, we have created a completed agency with all the departments, anti-doping department, investigation and intelligence department, we have the education department, we have the scientific department, we have the legal department. We are an agency that we can say we are full organized, and also we have 21 members of staff, very qualified staff. Many of them have PhDs, some of them master degrees, and also we have other personnel. And here you can see some data that you can understand that for us, nothing stopped in 2021 when we finished the audit process, but everything started from there. You can see some numbers. First of all, in 2021, first number that is important, according to my opinion, is that we have a total number of 647 tests, which is not enough, according to my opinion, for a country like yours also, that we are about 10 million of persons. So we have had just 650 around tests, and in the next year, as we can see, 21, you see the number, and 22, you see, I think, more than double the tests, no? 100, 500 tests. So you can see that we have an increase of tests after that we passed the audit of WADA. And here you can see the latest year, the 2023, that we passed from 100, 500 to 1,620 tests. And I have to tell you also that for the next year, for this year that we pass, in 2024, we plan to do 2,000 tests. So we will have another increase of tests. Always for the anti-doping department and testing department, we can see also that we have an important increase of 7.4 between the 2 years, 22 and 23, that are both of them good years, we can say, with the numbers. And we increased also between the 2 years 7.4% the total urine samples. Another data is that, and you can see here the numbers, and another important data is that if you can see the two labels, yes, they have similar tests, similar numbers of tests. We say before, 1,500, 1,600 is similar like numbers, but there is a big difference. From the beginning, WADA suggests us to make more out-of-competition tests. And here you can see, in fact, that in 2022, we have something like 490 out of competition. There is a big difference with the 1,000 that we have in competition. But the next year, 2023, you can see that we have around 50% to 50% in competition and out of competition. And the next goal is to increase furthermore the out of competition tests. So here you see an important increase of out of competition tests with urine samples, 50%. And here you can see also the numbers. Well, another important number, I think that's something. Can someone? Yes, but there are numbers. Okay. So sorry, you have a technical problem. We will resolve it. Okay, this is the end or the beginning? The beginning, I think, no? Everything from the beginning. Okay, we go fast. Okay. Yes, I think we were here. Well, another important number, I could continue, but without the numbers it's impossible to these slides to continue, because here you can see again another important issue, that the total blood samples was increased in a very huge number, like 182%, you can see also the numbers. From 20 and something, we passed to 60 and something. And always with the numbers, we have another increase of urine samples for other ADOs and international federations. And this is a very important numbers because means that the other federations, that international federations and that other NADOs trust the Hellenic Anti-Doping Agency. Because in the past, if you have problems, no one trusts you, or someone maybe that is a good friend could trust you. But as you know, it's not a play of friends, but a play of rules. So if you are according to the rules, if you are according to the programs, yes, they trust you also in international level. So you can see here a very huge increase of 2,040% of more urine samples according to the past. And you can see also here the numbers that from 50 and something we passed to more than 200. And we passed here to some data to the next department of which is results management. Results management, that we have very well educated personnel also there. There are consisted of 3 persons, and you can see here in this label how the whole system evolved in the years. I remember you that in 2021 was the problem of Greece, the audit. We finished the audit during that year, and we see how it goes also in 2022 and 2023 to the results management department. Here you can see that they resolved 7 pending cases also of previous years, because one of the main problems that we have in results management, that we kept in the past, we have kept cases for several years. That is unacceptable, not only for WADA, but for me also, that now I know how the system is. So we tried, and we managed also to resolve also 7 pending cases of the previous year, I mean before 2021. Well, here you can see some interesting things about Scientific Support and Quality Office. This is a very well organized office too. And here I think the most important is the label that you can see in the end, because the label, what it says, oops, sorry, one back, yes, we are here. So, I think that with this label we can notice how important is education. And why I say this? Because if you see in the past, in 2021 and 2022, to the second column, we can see the applications forward to this commission, now to the TUE commission. We see that we have very few applications in the first 2 years, 21 and 22. But the last year, 23, we have an increase of TUEs. Why it happens? Because the assistant personnel, because the athletes, they know that if they have to take a therapy, they have to apply for a TUE. One thing that it is not well known without, in the past, well known without the education. So here, education played an important role to increase the applications, and also the third from the last columns, we can see the approved TUE applications. We see that not only they apply for TUE, they we approve most of them, 16 to 19 cases, so it means that they know that they have to apply and they know well why they have to apply. Because it is, if a TUE is accepted, means that the athlete did well his job, the assistant personnel did well his job, and applied for a TUE which is necessary to be applied. Here we have some numbers also of the Intelligence and Investigation Office. I have to say you that we are proud for this office, and we are waiting also from WADA to the International Symposium of Lausanne. We are one of the candidates for a prize for this department together with the Hellenic Police. So we are waiting the results of this competition, if we can say like this. We are one of the candidates for the good, for the success, we can say, not for just the good work, for the success that we have also with the police, the Hellenic Police and the NATO. Here you can see, for example, the reports. Here is important also education, because in 2021, yes, we created the department, but after that, if this department remained just a department inside the NATO without no one, the assistant personnel and the athletes know about this department, we could remain in 3 cases per year, as in 2021. We focused also with education to make this department known to the athletes, known to the assistant personnel, known to the public. So we have now, in 2023, 68 cases, reports of, for this department. 68 cases that are really a very huge work for the department and also for the Hellenic Police in some cases, because there are important informations that they arrive according to these reports. And here is the core of our speech. I will try to make it as short as I can do it, but I think that the Education Office is the most important office of each NATO. And because everything starts with the education, and I think that it finishes also with education. Even when a system is evolving, if the other persons, they don't know this evolving, I think that a system remains isolated and with no sense. So education plays an important role. We have created live sessions, webinar, education programs, and even to the 32 Olympic federations, which are especially for these 6 months till the Olympic Games, the federations that we focused, and also the 29 non-Olympic federation plus the Paralympic Federation. In total in Greece we have 61 national federations. One thing that we do now in the Education Office is that we translate everything from the ADEL in Greek, so we can use the ADEL as it is in Greek language, and also we prepared also some videos, 1 video for the public and 3 videos with cartoons for the athletes to know the whole procedure of testing. One important thing that we have in Greece, because I will give more focus to this, is to bridging gaps for our assistant personnel, coaches, schools, and I will explain you then the ABC. Here you can see some numbers from the educational department. We started, as you see, in 2021 with 13 live sessions and webinars. We passed to 27, then to 31, and we are waiting more than 40 this year. Well, one thing that we asked also to the public and also to the assistant personnel is which of these figures are more important between the assistant personnel of the athletes. And we asked if it's coaching staff, medical staff, the nutritionists, the psychologists, or journalists, for example, pharmacists, parents. And what we noticed from our research is that the most important figure, I imagine that all you agree, is the coaching staff. So how we focused to education, our educational program in Greece. Well, in Greece we have this reality. First of all, if you want to take a license of first degree, second degree, or third degree of coach, is obligatory to attend a certified coach school by the Ministry of Sports. We made cooperation with the Ministry of Sports, and we made it mandatory to have an anti-doping program in these schools. So everyone that has to become a coach of first degree, second degree, or third degree has to pass from a school that obligatory has to have a course of anti-doping. So what we have as a purpose is to see here the coaching staff education turnover. We started at the beginning, we thought to start just with webinars and with live education classes, but we noticed that in this case also in Greece doesn't work if it's not mandatory. So what we thought with the minister, change all the program of all our educational program, because in this with this agreement with the Ministry of Sports, we will have you can see an education turnover like this. With the old system, first of all, the old in the red column you can see the old coaches, you can see we can say, and with the blue column you can see the new system coaches. The new system coaches that, as we made the provision in 2042, several years after today, the whole system of coaches will become educated in anti-doping. And this why will happen, because first of all, many of the coaches will retire, some will retire, the other will be educated either from the coach schools, which is mandatory, or from the annual education program, which every national federation coach. So the old coaches, we try to educate them with the national, with the agreement with the national federations, and the new coaches, they will have as an obligation to be educated also in anti-doping. In this way, I repeat you again, how will decrease the non-educated coaching staff and how will increase the coaching staff with education turnover. So you will see here with the two systems that we have in education, how will all the people that are involved with the athletes the main figure of assistant personnel, which is the coaching staff, will be educated in anti-doping. Well, this doesn't mean that because we focused on coaches, we forget everyone else. No, we continue to do webinars, live sessions, e-learning, event-based education to the other assistant personnel. Well, of course, they are not mandated to be educated. Well, if we make, for example, a course of anti-doping for nutritionists, we cannot obligate them to assist it, but we give them the chance also to the other personnel to participate in these education courses. And also we collaborate with the national federation to expand the number of the assistant personnel that will participate in these courses. Well, our philosophy, is value-based education. Well, we try to raising awareness to information provision and anti-doping education. You can see here, I don't want to go long because I know that probably you will have many questions. Again, with the philosophy, we have several stages. We start from understanding to make them understand the basic things, then to recall the things, then to explain the things, and then to make them do the things. And you will see the next slide to make you better understand what I mean. Should be able to do model. We call it like this. First of all, we try to learn them how to check the medication of an athlete. Then, and here I remember you the results of the TUE department, no? We learn them how to fill correctly a TUE and when is necessary to make a TUE. They are educated also in whereabouts filling, to check supplements, and to report filling. So here you can see also the 5 cycles of Olympic Games that I remember you that Athens was the first country. And even if we passed, as an organization, a very bad time in the past, I think that we, from 2021, we do our best to make this success every year bigger. Thank you very much, and I'm waiting your questions.
Dear Dr. Leon, thank you so much for your very interesting presentation. It was indeed very informative in terms of data, numbers, and positive trends. So I wish you a lot of good luck. So we are moving to a session of question and answers. İndi keçirik sual-cavab sessiyamıza. Buyurun, kimin sualını varsa təqdim edin özünüzü və sual verin, zəhmət olmasın. Buyurun.
Salamlayıram ilk öncə sizi. Burada çıxışınızdan çox məmnunam. Mən tibb üzrə fəlsəfə doktoru Nizami Cəfərovum. Eyni zamanda məhkəmə təbabəti sahəsində mütəxəssisəm. Belə bir sualla maraqlandırır məni ki, yəni dopinglə, antidoping...
Bir dəqiqə mənə.
Sorry.
İlk öncə salamlayıram. Sizin çıxışınızdan çox məmnunam. Yaxşı bir mövzuda çıxış elədiniz. Alınmı?
Üzürlü sayın bir texniki məsələ. Buyurun.
Salamlayıram sizi, eşidilir.
Can you hear now?
Yes, yes, yes.
Tibb üzrə fəlsəfə doktoru Nizami Zəfərov. İlk öncə sizi salamlayıram. Gözəl bir mövzu ilə çıxışınız üçün təşəkkür edirəm. Mövzu çox aktualdır. Belə bir sual maraqlandırır məni. Bu antidopinq nəzarəti ilə bağlı
Müəllim, çox üzr istəyirəm, bir dəqiqə.
Bəlkə yaxından...
Hansı kanaldadır? Belə ikincidir buradan.
İşləmir.
Yes, now yes. Yes, yes.
Yes?
Sorry.
Salamlayıram ilk öncə. Nizami Zəfərov tibb üzrə fəlsəfə doktoru. Eyni zamanda mən məhkəmə təbabəti sahəsində mütəxəssisəm və bu gözəl çıxışınıza görə ilk öncə təşəkkür edirəm. Yes.
I'm forensic doctor too.
It is very good. O zaman belə bir sual maraqlandırır ki, bu antidopinq nəzarətlərində şikayətlərlə bağlı müddətlər sizdə necə nəzərdə tutulur və həll olunur? Yəni, aydındır ki, müəyyən müddət ərzində bu kontrollar həyata keçirilə bilər. Əgər tutalım, nəzərdə tutulmuş müddət ötürülürsə, şikayət varsa, bu halda konflikt necə həll olur sizdə? Çox sağ olun, təşəkkür edirəm.
Well, you mean...
Müddətlə bağlı, müddət. Yəni, orada müddət ötürülürsə, ötürülmüş müddət necə həll olur sizdə? Şikayətçinin hüququ harada qalır? Çox sağ olun.
Çox sağ olun.
Şikayət müddəti.
Well, this is a good question, but not for a doctor. As I told you, I'm a forensic doctor too. I'm the governor of EOCAN, of the Hellenic Antidoping Agency. But we have a very well legal department. One of the personnel there is involved in results management, exactly for these cases. They give every time, I think, the same term, for example, 2 months just to complete everything. And then if the case, if I understand well, first of all, the question to say, if the case, we give, to start from this, we give also to the athlete the possibility to explain his position. There is one step that can stop here, stop there. We say about cases that the athletes or accepts everything or even convince the results management department that has rights, so we don't go further. Otherwise, we go further with his case with a commission of first degree, which is composed with 3 lawyers, 3 doctors, and 3 ex-athletes that they will decide about the penalty, we can say, or about yes, the case of this athlete. If the athlete doesn't accept, even in this stage, the decision, as you know, of the first degree, we have a second degree, another commission, which is composed also from judges. We have there 3 judges and also other members. And if, as you know, the athlete continues to have his own view and doesn't accept the result, he can go to CAS. So we have several steps. Each step has its own time limit. We cannot go further this time limit. For example, 2 months for the first case. We are flexible. We can say 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, but we cannot go, for example, for years with a case, because I have to tell you that one of the corrective actions, not only one, I think more than one, of the corrective actions that WADA asked from us was, in fact, the time that we spend with pending cases. There were cases in the past that even after 1 or 2 years, we didn't close them, as we say. So this was a problem for us. This one was one critical corrective action, or even more important corrective actions that we have to pass. We passed, and now we do in the right way. We do with a certain timeline and in the stages that I explained you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for a detailed explanation and answer. Başka bir soru var? Sual yoktursa, thank you so much, Dr. Leon.
So means that everything is clear, I imagine.
Thank you so much
okay,
once
thank
again.
you so much.
Thank you for your contribution. Və daha bir maraqlı mövzu. İdmançı performansı və mədə bağırsaq sağlamlığı üçün probiotiklər. Siz bu mövzuda nə bilirsiniz? Gəlin, Liverpool John Moores Universitetinin idman nutrisiologu, Asapis'in qonaq məruzəçisi, Dr. Jamie Pugh dinləyək. Thank you.
Salam, good afternoon everyone. Before I start, I'd just like to say thanks to Rufa and the organising committee for the conference. The lineup of speakers is very impressive, so hopefully I do my best to maintain the standard that we've seen so far. The talk that I'm going to give today is a little bit different to maybe the first 2 talks that we've seen. So what I'm going to try and do is discuss some of the practical considerations for supplement use among athletes. I'll show you a framework that we try to use in the UK in terms of deciding which supplements to use of athletes, and then what I'm going to do is talk you through that with the specific example of probiotics. This is an area that I've been fortunate enough to research in for the last 8 to 10 years or so. Before I start, I'll just give you a quick background on myself. So this is the building that I typically work in most days in the UK, the Tom Riley building at Liverpool John Moores University. Liverpool is it was one of the first places in the world to have a sports science degree, so I'm fortunate to walk through those doors every day. Some people might give their blood, sweat and tears to their jobs. I think I've gone one step further. I've even given a little bit of muscle. This is me in the first couple of months of my PhD a number of years ago, having some of my quadricep muscle taken out by my then supervisor, Professor Graham Close. I've gone on though, and as I said, part of my PhD and all of my research since, we've been looking at probiotics and gastrointestinal health of athletes. So we've done this in a number of different endurance athletes, we've done this in team sport athletes. specifically, or more often than not, looking at probiotics, but then also looking at other supplements and other dietary interventions as well. One of the benefits of working at a place like Liverpool John Moores is that I can spend a lot of my time performing research, but then also spending some of my time working practically with athletes in the real world. So I work with some professional teams, I work with some of the national teams, and you can see it's something that I always take very seriously. But one of the things that allows me to do is to take what we've learned in research, or what we learn in research, and then trying to apply it, try and see where some of the gaps are as well that we can feed back into the research that we do. As I said, what I want to try and do is talk to you about supplement use in general a little bit. Hopefully this complements the talk that we hear from Floris later on today. But let me just give you a little bit of an overview and a bit of a background on probiotics and gut health in general, or gastrointestinal health. So we can go all the way back to the time of Hippocrates, and even then it was understood that the gut, the gastrointestinal tract, played some role in our wider health. So these are some of the quotes that we see from Hippocrates. Death sits in the bowels, bad digestion is the root of all evil. I don't think maybe it's quite as serious as that, but it was certainly understood, and it's understood now how central gastrointestinal health can be and how widespread some of the effects can be. If you fast forward to the early 1900s, this is when we start to see some of the research in this area being undertaken. So Eli Metcalfe was one of the first people to really start to look and observe that in some cultures, in some societies, those that were consuming these fermented dairy products, such as yogurts, seem to have better longevity, seem to have better health overall in those communities. In the 1950s, we then get the first definition of what a probiotic is. And you can see there, so it's active substances that are essential to a healthy development of life. The most recent definition, and the definition that we still use today, though, is what you can see here from the ISA organization. So it's live microorganisms, and that live bit is an important part, so we have to be able to show that the bacteria in the supplements are alive. So live microorganisms that, when administered in adequate amounts, confer health benefit on the host. And again, that final bit is important. In order for a product to be classified as a probiotic, there has to be some research, some evidence into delivering a health benefit when an individual uses them as a supplement. So this is the framework. Apologies that it's maybe a little bit small, but this is the framework that's been developed in the UK over the last few years for all supplement use. So if an athlete, if it wants to use a supplement, if a practitioner is going to prescribe a supplement, this is the flow in which we could go through to decide should an athlete consider taking that product, or maybe should they not use it. And it discusses a number of different points. I'm going to talk us through a couple of them. So the one that's highlighted there is one of the most important starting points. Is there a proven benefit to this supplement? Lots of athletes will fall short at this first hurdle. We know the prevalence of supplement use amongst athletes is very high. Most of it probably unnecessary. Athletes will be taking a lot of supplements with no proven benefit, or maybe there's a benefit that has been shown, but it's not relevant to their scenario. So if we look at probiotics and the evidence for that, lots of athletes that I've dealt with who take a probiotic tell me that it's because it improves their gut health. But actually, most of them can't tell me what that means. They know probiotics are related to the digestive tract, but they don't know what this means to improve their gut health. And so a couple of years ago, some researchers based down in London came up with these criteria for definitions. And what they said is that if you have an absence of gastrointestinal symptoms, if you have an absence of gastrointestinal disease, you probably already have very good gut health. This already puts you out of the bottom sort of 5% in terms of people with these issues. So already you can see that for most athletes, if they're in this position, then maybe they don't need a probiotic for their gut health. The others then are an absence of unfavorable local conditions, so maybe this term that we hear a little bit called leaky gut, and then maybe there's a deficiency of certain nutrients like short-chain fatty acids that we could look to improve. The evidence for probiotics within this area is quite mixed. So the efficacy maybe isn't that high. We know that we've seen lots of studies where probiotics don't seem to improve any one of these four factors as much as other interventions that we could use. especially those that are maybe more related to their daily diet. Where we have seen more evidence, though, is probiotics and their use within specific scenarios. So if we just look at the link with infectious illnesses, there's been a number of meta-analyses, a number of studies that have been done in some of these areas. One of them, I think is quite important for athletes, is international travel and the incidence of travelers' diarrhea. We've seen lots of high-profile cases of athletes go into world championships, go into Olympic Games, and then have their chances of winning their competition ruined, falling foul to some type of gastroenteritis or some sort of infectious diarrhea. The strength of evidence for probiotics is significant, but you can see the relative risks are quite modest. They're not huge. There are other factors. So when we compare the relative risk that we see here with the use of a probiotic, it's quite small compared to basic hygienic interventions. So what we often see is that athletes might take a supplement thinking that it's a cover-all, that as long as they take a probiotic, they'll be fine, but actually maybe then they lose sight of some of the basics that they should be keeping up with. In terms of other infectious illnesses, so just any diarrhea, any infectious diarrhea or upper respiratory tract infections, we have some nice data from general population, enough that we can generate these Cochrane reviews, and we can see that in both cases that there is significant evidence of probiotics having a small but significant effect. So probiotics reducing the length of time that we're ill if we fall foul to a case of diarrhea, or reducing the chances of us experiencing an upper respiratory tract infection, which is going to be important for athletes. All of that data is in the general population. So a couple of years ago, myself and a number of researchers from around the world, we pulled together all of the information that we could see relating to probiotics, and we produced this position stand that you can see here. One of the sections that we looked at was the use of probiotics for the immune system, and what we found was that there were 22 studies at the time that had used athletes specifically. Of those 22 studies that had been carried out, 14 of them showed a significant improvement when a probiotic was administered, and the other 8 showed no effect. So no negative effect, but so in general, a net positive for probiotic use amongst athletes. So if we start putting all that together, what you can see is that there's maybe a small amount of evidence to show that probiotics would be useful to athletes, but maybe only in these very specific scenarios. Maybe only if they become ill, maybe only if they're traveling overseas, or maybe during times where they're at an increased risk of picking up an infectious illness. Or perhaps if an athlete does have one of these unfavorable conditions, if they report day-to-day symptoms, or maybe if it's an athlete who has a clinical condition such as Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. The other thing, though, is that, as I said, if we can improve the athlete availability by reducing the length of time that they're ill, maybe we can have an indirect effect on performance. So we have some sort of tick for that first criteria. In some instances, we could make a case to say that probiotics would be useful for athletes. There is enough evidence. What we then do is we come down to this next step here. And what this says is that, can you get that product, can you get that nutrient in your day-to-day diet? Can you get it in adequate amounts in daily nutrition? And for probiotics, this is quite a difficult question to answer, and this is one of the reasons why. Compared to other supplements where whey protein is often whey protein, and that's very similar amongst all the different products you will see, probiotics are very specific to the product that you buy. Probiotics are made up of individual species and individual bacterial strains. And what we know is that even though the benefits or the mechanisms are similar, the effectiveness of different strains is going to be different. So I use this analogy here that you can see. So all of the animals that you see on that slide are dogs, but obviously some of those dogs bark louder than others. Some of them can run faster than others. And we see a similar type of effect with probiotics. Some of them will be more beneficial in certain scenarios than others. For an athlete and then for practitioners, this makes things very complicated when it comes to choosing or thinking, should they select a product? These are just 2 examples of commercial supplements that you can buy, that you will see on shelves, and straight away you can see a number of differences. One of them is in a capsule, one of them comes in a powder, one of them has 4 bacterial strains, one of them has 9 bacterial strains. The dosage is very different, so the capsule contains 20 or 50 billion colony-forming units. That's the unit of measure that we would typically use to dose a probiotic. And then the powder can be at least 9 times as high a dose, so 450 colony-forming units. So already they will both have the same label, they'll both be called a probiotic, but 2 very different products. If we start to consider the anti-doping issues that are associated with that, what we see is that only one of them has been independently batch tested by a third-party laboratory. So one of them has higher dose, more strains. You can see from the bottom it has been used in many more peer-reviewed publications, so probably has more evidence of its effectiveness. But it's the other one that is more, that would probably be a better option for athletes who are subjected to anti-doping testing. The reason for that is because we know that lots and lots of different supplements are often contaminated with banned substances. So this is data that's a little bit old, but you can see that in an independent study that was carried out by the LGC laboratory, when they analyzed 152 commercially available products, around 10% of them contain some of these banned substances. So an athlete could potentially have a risk of 1 in 10 if they're choosing a substance that hasn't been tested by a third party. If we compare that to some separate data, some other data, you can see the risk for an athlete being caught from a doping violation in a supplement that isn't tested is around 1 in 4. Compare that to less than 0.2% of supplements containing a bad substance if it has been tested by one of these third parties. Luckily, in the data that's here, even the supplements that have been shown when they've been third-party tested to contain a bad substance, they weren't released for market, so they're retained. They don't reach the shelves, they're not available to the athletes. If we start to sort of map this out even further, we know that there are probiotics, but then there are lots of other foods, there are lots of other types of products that are available that contain these microorganisms. So if we start to think about this idea of could athletes get the bacteria, could they get probiotics from their diet, you can see some of the options available to them. So we have probiotics, and then we have, just towards the middle there, we have these foods, these fermented type foods. And the difference between these really does come in the definition. I said probiotics have to be live, they have to be in adequate amounts, and then there also has to be some proven health benefit to them. If we compare that to what a fermented food is, so a fermented food will contain bacteria, it will contain microbes, but those microbes don't necessarily have to be shown to be alive, they don't have to be quantified, and they often haven't been used in research. We don't know what the overall or the specific health benefits of them could be. And so I'm going to, again, start to show you how this becomes complicated for athletes and for practitioners. We have our same first product on the left-hand side, the probiotic capsule, but now we also have a yogurt product that has added probiotics within it. And then we also have a food product that's maybe on the shelves, like a kefir or a kombucha drink as well. If we go through them, again, we can see differences in the strains. We see differences in the number of strains. Maybe in the fermented food, we don't know the specific strain that's in there. We might know the species that have been used to create that fermented food, but not the exact strains. That also means we won't know the number of bacteria that are in it. And we also know that there's probably not many peer-reviewed publications for that type of product. And again, if we look to see which one has been tested, which one would give us the most confidence for use in athletes, it's probably the one on the left-hand side if we were thinking only in terms of third-party testing. But at what point do we then say that a product doesn't have to be tested for athletes? Are we getting to the point where we think that all products, all foods should be tested for our athletes? Probably not. But there is this grey area in between where we see that when does a food become a supplement? When is a functional food deemed at risk enough that we should have it tested for athletes? I show you this example here for probiotics, but we're seeing this more and more across the nutrition landscape. So you only have to go into your local supermarket. If you go down the dairy aisle, you'll probably see yogurts that have protein on them. You'll probably go down the cereal aisle and see that you have cereals fortified with vitamins and minerals. We have protein bars. We have lots of foods with these added ingredients within them. And so I get asked a lot by athletes, where do I stop? Do I need to now have my breakfast cereal batch tested because it has vitamins? Do I need to have a yogurt batch tested because it says the word protein on it? These are the issues that athletes face. This is where our jobs as educators and our jobs as educators to not just athletes, but as performance staff and support staff, we have to make sure that we're constantly up to date and constantly critiquing the information that we have. We've stressed this third-party testing to athletes a lot in the UK over the last 5 years or so. I think that has done a lot of good. We now know that athletes, professional athletes, will mostly look for this Informed Sport logo on their supplements. But obviously what we've also done a little bit is that we've put a little bit of fear into them, where they're now unsure about what foods are safe for them to take. So I was part of a working group just over a year ago where we got together and we tried to define, we really tried to clarify some of this issue to say that when should we look for a food product to become a supplement? When should we say that that supplement should be tested to independent testing? And these are the four criteria that we sort of came to an agreement upon. So one of them is the intent. Why has the product been made? Has it been made as a food product that goes on shelves, or has it been made as an actual supplement? What are the ingredients within that? Where is it manufactured, and what standards are those manufacturers held to? There is a distinction between food manufacturing and supplement manufacturing, and the legislation that goes within that within the UK. So we can use that as a way to determine the criteria, and then also the marketing as well. This hopefully has started to help things a little bit and gives athletes some understanding of when they can have a product without it being tested and when something should be tested. So if then we look at fermented foods, this is the periodic table of fermented foods. This is fermented foods from all across the globe, and you can see there are a huge number of them. They've been part of culture and society for many a millennia. And so the majority of these types of foods are probably safe for athletes to take without being tested. They are foods, they're not necessarily manufactured in a specific way, they're not designed for athletes specifically, but just for general health. If we look to see, are they beneficial in some of the same ways that probiotics are, the level of evidence for some of these issues of gut health is probably about the same. So there is some limited evidence that they can help with gastrointestinal symptoms. There's some evidence that they can help increase short-chain fatty acids within the small intestinal system. But if we then look to some of those specific scenarios, there's no data currently to show that a food like kombucha or kefir or any fermented food has been shown to reduce the incidence of traveller's diarrhea, for example. When we looked at a position stand that we wrote that looked at the gut microbiome, or the gut microbiota, we didn't have a single reference to any fermented food, despite the fact that we had 20 references towards probiotics. And so what this probably means is that there are going to be certain circumstances where we might look to a certain specific probiotic to help reduce the incidence of traveller's diarrhea for an athlete, or if an athlete becomes ill. If an athlete wants to just have general improvement in their gastrointestinal health, they want to do something to improve their general well-being, or there's an area of interest for them, we can maybe point them towards some of these fermented food products that aren't maybe subject to testing. Ultimately, we're trying to do is reduce the amount of unnecessary supplements that athletes are taking. I think that's a good thing in general, obviously because there's the financial implication of that, but also the anti-doping implication. But if we then look at a probiotic, it has to suit the individual athlete, and it has to suit their needs or their purpose for wanting to take that supplement. I think that's probably true for any supplement that an athlete would take. Once it has been established with probiotics, we do then have this added complexity of making sure that we find the most suitable product available. As I said, the strains and their effectiveness will be very specific. the strain that we might choose for traveller's diarrhea might be different to the strain that we use for upper respiratory tract infections. And then when it comes to fermented foods, yes, there's some general effect that we see in improving gut health, but the effectiveness and the evidence for those specific outcomes is probably very limited at this time. And with that, I'd just like to thank you for all your attention. I'd be more than happy to take any questions.
Dr. Pugh, thank you so much for your presentation. Especially gut health issues are so important. We have approached the lunchtime, you know. But I think we have time, like, to take one or two questions. So, zəhmət olmasa, kimin sualı varsa, buyursun.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Okay. Kudrat Safarov, AMADA. Thank you for all the good information that you shared today. I want to ask you about, let's assume that one athlete has lactose intolerance and wants to get the benefit from the probiotics. Can you give some advice or anything to do for that athletes, or some kind of route we can take?
Specifically for lactose intolerance and probiotics?
Yeah.
So there's some evidence. I think this is probably true for a lot of these individual and these specific situations. There is some evidence for certain species to improve lactose tolerance, so reduce some of the symptoms associated with that. There are then other supplements that you can supplement with lactase, the enzyme, to improve with lactose intolerance. I think with any probiotic and any of these specific examples, it's difficult because the information isn't always readily available. You could go on the company website, the supplement website, and they don't always list the studies they've been used in. So sometimes, even if you're an academic, it can be difficult to go and see, well, which one is the best one to take. And then again, I showed if you're an athlete that's subject to anti-doping, and so you want to make sure that it's independently tested, the number of probiotics that are batch tested, that are third-party tested, is very, very small, so you're limited again. So I think it's looking at what's the primary effect that you can have, what's the most important first step that you can take with that athlete, and then see at what point would a probiotic become applicable and appropriate for them.
Thank you. Başka sual?
Hello, Dr. Jamie. Just two things I would like to clarify. When you presented in the presentation sheet, there was the inspired sport, trusted by sport point, right? Where the pills are less than 10 peer reviews, while the others are 99 peer reviews. I just wanted to understand is, those that had less than 10 peer reviews and the ones that had 99 peer reviews, is it because of the results of tests, that the ones with the other probiotics, which had like about 450 billion CFUs, and the other ones was less, had negative results, and the other one had positive results, that's why the other one's more trusted?
I think with the efficacy, I think probiotics is a very interesting one because the species, the strains will often be licensed by the manufacturer. So the number of publications that a probiotic has been in, the number of studies that it's been used in, will often just come down to how many studies that company has funded. Any research is difficult to fund, so it's difficult to fund these types of studies independently. And it also means that we're very unlikely to get studies that compare one probiotic to another. We're often just comparing one probiotic to a placebo. So when you then see a probiotic that's had 450 billion CFUs, it's been used in all of those different studies, the instinct is to think, okay, that must be the more effective one, especially if the body of evidence is positive. But then if you're working with an athlete, you have to be able to justify using a product that hasn't been batch tested. What we'll often do in that scenario is, if we have the resource as part of the team that I work with or part of the national governing body that I work with, you can independently send those products off yourselves. So in the most part, when you see that Informed Sport logo, that's the company, the supplement company, that has opted into that scheme. They pay their own money to have their products tested so that they can have that logo. But what you can do is we can buy whatever supplement we want, and then we can send it off to that same lab and have the certificate just for ourselves.
So in general, it's just a company that presents the results of the testing, right? Whether it's going to be fitted for a certain individual or not.
Just repeat that, sorry.
So the company they informed, right? The Informed Sports. So essentially it's a separate company where people can send their supplements to check and test and see if it's fitted for certain individuals or not fitted.
Yeah, and there are a number of these different schemes all throughout the world. So in the UK and Europe, we use Informed Sport. There's a very similar company that's been set up in the US. Some of the complexity comes in that there are different types of testing that supplement companies can sign up to, but they have different standards. So there is one company that looks and regulates just the processes within the manufacturing facility, and they can say that yes, they adhere to these regulations, but they don't physically test the supplements. And there's been a couple of studies that have looked and found that companies that sign up to that, there have still been some instances of banned substances appearing in the product. For the Informed Sport one that I showed you, yes, that's completely opt-in for the company. It's an additional cost to them, so it's not a free service. And that's why you'll see some companies sign up to it and other companies, they won't do it because they have to pay their own money, they have to lose some of their own profits just to send their product away.
Understood. Thank you very much for the answer.
Başqa sual var, yoxsa? Yoxdursa, thank you so much, dear Jimmy. Thank you so much for a valuable contribution to our conference. Thanks. Hər birinizə dərin təşəkkürümü bildirirəm. 1 saatlıq nahar fasiləsi elan olunur. Hamıya nuş olsun, saat 2-də görüşürük. Sağ olun. Sorry. Bir dənə zəhmət olmasa 489 nömrəli BMW kimindirsə yaxınlaşsın da. Heç kim yoxdur. Xahiş edirik, hamı otursun, biz 5 dəqiqə başlayırıq.
Əziz qonaqlar, yeməkxanada kiminsə telefonu qalıb. Əgər buradadırsa bu telefon sahibi zəhmət olmasa yaxınlaşar resepsiyona, telefonunu oradan götürər zəhmət olmasa.
Günün sonuncu sesiyasında iştirak edən bütün qonaqlarımızı salamlayıram. Kent Universitetinin İdman və Bədən Tərbiyəsi üzrə professoru John Dickinson, tənəffüs sistemi sağlamlığının və performansının optimallaşdırılmasına dəstək mövzusunda məruzə ilə çıxış edəcək. Söz verilir cənab Dickinsona.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation to come and speak at this conference. It's my first time in Azerbaijan and first time in Baku, so I'm looking forward to the next couple of days kind of exploring the country, and I think I'm doing a talk in Baku later on in the week as well. So thank you for the invitation. I am from the University of Kent. If you're not familiar with where Kent is in the UK, it is in the little corner closest to the mainland Europe of the UK. And that's where our university is based. I don't speak like I'm from Kent. I actually grew up in Liverpool, or near Liverpool. So sometimes I talk a bit fast, so if I do that, I apologise, and I'll try and be nice and slow so you can understand me. I want to start with a video, because what I'm going to talk about today are breathing problems that athletes experience. My background is I've worked with elite athletes in the UK for 20 years, helping overcome their breathing problems. And a lot of that has been making sure they understand their breathing problem, and we make sure they use any therapy they need that are within the WADA guidelines. So hopefully today you'll understand some of the breathing problems that athletes can face, what sort of therapy they can use within the WADA guidelines, and how to support them best, so actually the WADA guidelines, they're not really in danger of breaching them. So I'm not sure if can we play that video, or can I play it from here? If I click on it? I'm not quite sure. Can we? No. Can we click on the video? Can we make the video play? Okay. Aha. So this is a typical athlete that will come to my clinic. Okay, so you can see she's struggling to breathe. She's an 800-meter runner, and she's complaining that she can't do more than 1 or 2 laps of the athletics track before her breathing stops her training. So she's complaining of having a wheeze when she breathes. She's complaining of a tight chest. She's complaining of having a cough after exercise, and she's complaining of difficulty in breathing. It's quite tempting, if she doesn't have any other problem, like a cardiovascular problem, to say, well, that's asthma, so therefore she needs an inhaler to help her. But those symptoms are non-specific. They don't necessarily mean she has one condition. If we look at the research that has used those type of symptoms to diagnose asthma, you get the diagnosis wrong 50% of the time. So if an athlete reports symptoms like that, and you don't do any other testing, you may as well toss a coin to decide whether somebody has asthma or not. So the respiratory symptoms could be down to some of these conditions. So they could be down to cardiovascular disorder. It could be down to physical limitation. It could be rhinitis, so an allergy issue in the upper airway. Could be asthma, or a specific type of asthma called exercise-induced bronchoconstriction. It could be a new condition that we're starting to talk about now called a disordered breathing pattern, or breathing pattern disorder. Or it could be another condition called exercise-induced laryngeal obstruction. What I'm going to talk about today are the bottom 3, so the ones in red. I'm going to discuss and talk about how to work with athletes like this and what type of therapy they can and can't use within the WADA code. A study that we did recently in the UK, in the build-up to the last Olympic Games, we screened 122 elite athletes for breathing problems, and we did what we called put them through a systematic screen. So everyone had their nasal flow measured, everyone had their lung function measured, everyone did a test to look for exercise-induced bronchoconstriction, and they completed questionnaires to suggest whether they had things like laryngeal obstruction and breathing pattern disorder. And what you can see is the prevalence of respiratory conditions in our elite athletes preparing for the Olympic Games is high, and that's not unique to the UK. Respiratory conditions are the most commonly reported condition out of elite athletes, and asthma is the most common chronic disease that athletes report. So it's not uncommon to kind of find values like this within elite sport. What was quite key though with this is we had 80% of the athletes have one respiratory problem, but also 60% of the athletes who had one respiratory problem had 2 respiratory problems. So it wasn't just the case of finding an athlete that might have asthma and just treating them for asthma, because actually they might have mild asthma, so only need a small amount of inhaler, and they need therapy for something else that doesn't necessarily need asthma medication. What they found was that asthma, allergy, and sinonasal problems were related to each other, and they found that breathing pattern disorder and laryngeal obstruction were related to each other, but they weren't exclusive. So you could have asthma and a breathing pattern issue. This is the prevalence of asthma within UK elite sports. The prevalence of asthma in the UK is, in the general population, is between 9 to 12%. So you can see most of those elite sports have a higher prevalence of asthma than the general population. So if you're an elite athlete in the UK, you are more likely to experience an asthma-related condition than general population, okay? And you'll see some sports, the prevalence becomes very high. So things like hockey, cycling, 30 to 40%, football is around about 25 to 30%. You'll probably notice there that swimming is extremely high. So our GB swimmers, almost 2 out of 3 GB swimmers have an asthmatic issue. Okay? I'll explain why. Sports that have these ingredients increase the risk of athletes experiencing asthma-related conditions. So if the sport requires the athlete to breathe at a sustained minute ventilation, that increases the risk of them experiencing asthma. If that sport also takes place in dry air, so wintertime exercising outside, the prevalence is higher. If that sport then also has a pollutant in the environment that the athlete's breathing in, that increases the risk even further. So the more triggers that the athlete is exposed to, the more prevalent that the more prevalent asthma is going to be in the sport. We're going to click on. Okay. So when we think about the anti-doping code and what athletes are allowed to use when they're from an asthmatic point of view, there's two drugs that are the kind of main drugs that we use to treat asthma. One is a beta-2 agonist. Oral and injected beta-2 agonists are prohibited at all times. So we can't treat our athletes with oral and injected beta-2 agonists. There are only 3 beta-2 agonists that are permitted to be used by athletes as therapy for asthma. They're listed there. So they're inhaled salbutamol, salmeterol, and formoterol. There's actually one more I've missed off the list, and that's vilanterol, which is a new ultra-long acting beta-2 agonist. So there's 4. And there's also this drug called tubutylene, but tubutylene requires a therapeutic use exemption form to be able to use it. And tubutylene, to be able to use tubutylene, you need evidence that the other drugs don't work for that athlete, and tubutylene does. So you need to do objective testing to evidence why the athlete needs tubutylene and can't use the other permitted medications from beta-2 agonist point of view. There are another type of drug called glucocorticoids that athletes also use as therapy for asthma. Oral and intravenous administration of glucocorticoids is prohibited in competition, so they can't use oral or injected glucocorticoids within 2 weeks of competition and during competition. Athletes can use inhaled glucocorticoids, which is kind of the brown inhalers. There's no limit to how much of that they can use. So when we look at actually asthma therapy, what we're trying to do is reduce inflammation inside the airway. So glucocorticoids are kind of the mainstay of dampening down airway inflammation. So inhaled glucocorticoids are what we should be trying to get our athletes optimizing on. And the beta-2 agonists are there to basically complement the glucocorticoid therapy, and we try and use as little beta-2 agonist as we can, so we don't put the athlete at risk of going over the limits that are listed there and listed in the WADA guidelines. There are other therapies available to treat asthma. These aren't restricted within the WADA code, so you can use these as well. They're just maybe not quite as effective as the other ones, but for some athletes, these may be more effective, and sometimes on an individual basis, we might go down these routes. A lot of people ask me, what's the ergogenic action of these asthma inhalers on people who haven't got asthma, or does an athlete who has asthma and uses the inhaler, does that give them an advantage over an athlete that doesn't have an inhaler? If you look at a therapeutic dose of a beta-2 agonist inhaler, so the salbutamol inhaler, it does not give the athlete any advantage against a non-asthmatic athlete other than it opens up their airways to allow them to compete as if they didn't have asthma. That is it. It doesn't give them an extra advantage. Okay? There is evidence, though, that if athletes take large doses of beta-2 agonists above therapeutic doses, it potentially can improve their strength and power performance. But these doses aren't therapeutic, and they are bordering, if not above, what Wilder say is a maximum dose an athlete can use. So as long as the athlete is using the therapeutic doses as therapy for asthma, there should not be any extra advantage that they gain on top of just allowing their airways to be healthy. Okay? But there is this TUE process where athletes can obtain therapeutic use exemption to use oral corticosteroids during competition or use terbutaline. And when athletes do this, there are kind of grey areas as to whether there is any advantage or not. And we need more studies to kind of investigate this further to help Wilder just tighten up what therapy athletes can use to make sure there are no extra advantages being given. What we're trying to achieve with the therapy is to keep our bronchioles, so that the tubes in our lungs that transport the air to the alveoli where we have gas exchange, we're trying to keep them open. Because what happens in asthma, and in an athlete perspective, is we get air, we breathe it in through our mouth, that goes into our lungs, that causes a dehydration process in the airway wall, and the dehydration process causes thickening and inflammation to happen within the wall. So we have this asthmatic bronchiole, the wall thickens, and that inflammation then causes the muscle around the airway to constrict, so the gap the air's got to pass through in the lung is smaller, and so it's harder to breathe out. What the medication does, so if we look at the glucocorticoids, what that medication does is it reduces the inflammation, so the airway wall doesn't thicken as much, and the beta-2 agonist therapy relaxes the smooth muscle around the airway. So if we get the asthmatics medication right, their airways look like a normal bronchiole. And that's basically what we're trying to achieve with the therapy. And if we get the therapy right, the athlete doesn't have any asthmatic issues during competition, and their performance isn't limited by their asthma. So how do we get the therapy right? So I'm going to talk through kind of the processes we do in the UK to make sure we get a secure diagnosis. We don't just rely on symptoms, and we are confident that what we're treating is asthma and isn't something else. So if we look at these types of tests, this is a objective broncho reversibility challenge, where essentially the athletes come in and their lung function isn't looking healthy at rest. So the amount of air they can breathe out in 1 second is less than 70% of their predicted value. We simply give them some salbutamol, and we wait 10 to 15 minutes and measure their lung function again. If we see an improvement in the amount of air they can breathe out in 1 second by 12% or more, that is objective evidence that the athlete's airway is reversible, and so therefore that's some evidence that can be used to support the diagnosis of asthma. Most athletes, though, their lung function looks absolutely fine at rest, and we need to provoke an asthmatic response. And so what we do, we have two options. There are what's called direct airway challenges, which are challenges like methacholine, where you can actually kind of try and directly trigger off a constriction of the airway. Or you have indirect airway challenges, which try and trigger off the inflammation process that then causes the bronchoconstriction. Either way, what we would get is we have this, in this flow volume loop example, we have the green line, which is the flow volume before the challenge, which looks healthy. We then have the provocative stimulus come in, and we can see the red line there, the flow rates throughout the breath out are reduced throughout the breath, and so we get a drop in the amount of air you breathe out in 1 second, and the drop we're looking for is a 10% fall in the amount of air you breathe out in 1 second. And then once we've evidenced that, we give the athlete some inhaled salbutamol, and we're looking to see if that drop is reversible. Once we've got that evidence, we can demonstrate the athlete has the potential to have a bronchoconstriction and responds to the therapy to reverse it. Once we've got that, you've got objective evidence that the athlete has some form of asthma-related condition. The most sensitive and specific test we use is this test here called the EVH challenge. It stands for eucapnic voluntary hyperpnea. What you need to run this test is you need a spirometer, and you need a setup like this, and there's two different ways of setting it up. One is to use the top where you kind of get a gas cylinder, you get some high pressure tubing, and you get some other flexible tubing, and Douglas bags, and stick it all together. That's a low cost way of doing it. Or you can buy a machine at the bottom that will mix the gases for you. The reason why we need the special gas mix is because what we do with this test is we measure lung function at rest, and then we ask the athlete to breathe really hard for 6 minutes, basically about as hard as they can for 6 minutes, and then we measure their lung function after it. And the reason why we do that is because that breathing replicates the breathing that we do during high intensity exercise. But if we were all to start breathing hard now, after about 30 seconds, we'd feel lightheaded. And if we kept going, we'd pass out. Yep. So the gas is made up of 21% oxygen, 5% carbon dioxide, and 74% nitrogen. So the gas you breathe in means you don't breathe off any carbon dioxide, so the athlete does not get lightheaded, they don't pass out. But what they do get is a big dose of air that's really dry. And going back to the slide at the start, dry, cold air is a big trigger for exercise-induced asthma. So we know this test gives a big dose of dry air, and that allows us to make sure that the test is sensitive and specific. Also, make sure when you do this test you have a salbutamol inhaler available, because obviously we're trying to provoke a response, and sometimes the athlete might fall 10 or 15% in their lung function, but other athletes may fall 50 or 60%. So there can be quite a dramatic drop-off in lung function depending on how severe the asthma is. Benefits of the EVH challenge are it's really sensitive, it's controlled, we can guarantee the environment, we can measure the ventilation, it can support a diagnosis but also help with management of the condition as well, and it can be performed prior to training. Whereas if we did something like an exercise challenge, which is still a valid test, we can't, we've got more restriction about when and where we can do that. Gone too far. Go back. The cautions on this are the test isn't progressive, so an athlete could have a big drop-off in their lung function, so you wouldn't do this challenge with someone who had abnormal lung function at rest. The athlete might experience a cough for a short period of time after the test. The test is less relevant for non-athletes, and the dryness of air is probably so dry that an athlete won't necessarily compete in this type of dry environment that we're asking the athlete to breathe in, and because the air that they breathe in is around about 2% humidity, whereas probably the lowest humidity that an athlete will compete in is probably about 20 or 25%. So it's probably potentially over-provocative, some may argue. But I say this is the kind of example that we'd expect to see off a positive test. And if we see this drop-off in lung function and improvement after taking salbutamol, that is quite good objective evidence that the athlete has some form of asthma-related condition. So when we've worked with the swimmers, so I've worked with the British swimming team now for the past 10 years, and sort of coming up to our third Olympic cycle working with them, these are some of the things that we've put in place. One, to support their diagnosis, but also to improve their management so they don't take too much of their inhaler therapy, but their asthma is optimally managed to allow them to compete at the highest level. So the first thing we do, once we've diagnosed an athlete with an asthmatic condition, is we check their inhaler technique, which is really important. And you might think taking an inhaler is quite a simple task. And you can see most of the athletes can do most of the technique quite well. But one thing they don't do very well is breathe in the inhaler at the correct speed. So when we ask the athlete to breathe in an inhaler like salbutamol, they should breathe in at around about 30 litres per minute, which is a nice, slow, steady breath in. When we looked at our swimmers and how fast they breathe in, they were breathing in about over 10 times the speed that the medication should be breathed in at. What that does is it means that the inhaler or the medication sits at the back of the throat and doesn't go into the lung. so it's useless. So the athlete would have to take more of this medication for it to be effective. So what we did with our swimmers is we gave them these pocket chambers. And the pocket chambers are really helpful because, one, when they spray the inhaler, it sits in the chamber and then they breathe it in. But they also have a whistle on these chambers. So as they breathe in, if it whistles, they're breathing too fast. And so they know that to slow down their breath, and then that allows them to get optimum dose of the inhaler into their lungs rather than kind of taking more and more of the inhaler. Because remember, an athlete is only allowed to take 600 micrograms of this type of inhaler in a 6-hour period. We also look at their airway inflammation, so we can measure things like exhaled nitric oxide. So we can see what we've done here with the swimmers. We've got kind of their exhaled nitric oxide before we've treated them and after we've treated them. And exhaled nitric oxide is a byproduct of airway inflammation, a specific type of airway inflammation called eosinophilic airway inflammation. And if we measure it before and afterwards, we can see the green line is the whole group of asthmatic swimmers as a whole. We see a drop, so we can know that the inflammation has gone down. But what we actually see, there's two types of asthmatic athlete. One asthmatic athlete has a high level of FeNO and one has a low. So an asthmatic athlete who has a low exhaled nitric oxide and they start using a drug like inhaled corticosteroid, they're not going to change their exhaled nitric oxide. But if they've got a high exhaled nitric oxide and they have exercise-induced asthma and then they use inhaled corticosteroid, you see a dramatic drop-off, which is what the change in the blue line is. So we can use exhaled nitric oxide to track how impactful the inhaler is being. Another important thing to do is to retest the athlete on their therapy once they've started it. So this is an example of one of our swimmers that we tested using the EVH challenge, and they had a drop in their lung function of 38% off inhaler. And then we tested them 3 months later whilst they were using their appropriate inhaler therapy, and we've got a drop of 7%. So we're confident 3 months after they started their inhaler therapy that asthma is well controlled. And that's really important because this particular athlete was still complaining of symptoms after 3 months, but we know that their asthma is well controlled. So it stops us giving them more inhaler, because they don't need more inhaler. It might mean they have another breathing problem as well. So we need to make sure we don't just identify an athlete with asthma and then every time they get symptomatic, we think, oh, that's asthma. We need to think, okay, is the asthma well controlled? If it is, we need to think about something else. Okay? Because when we actually looked at our swimmers, every swimmer who had an asthmatic issue also had another respiratory problem. So this was really important to look at the athlete as a whole, because it stopped us kind of over-treating the asthma and allowed us to focus on other breathing issues that might also help the athlete train and compete. I'm just going to go through briefly what those type of conditions might be. So the actual athlete we saw in the video at the start, when she came to see me, she was using 3 different types of asthma therapy. But when we tested her for asthma, there was no asthma. So that problem we saw in the video at the start was not an asthmatic problem. It was a breathing pattern disorder. So the way she was trying to breathe was causing all the limitation. And what we mean by a breathing pattern disorder, this is when you're unable to breathe efficiently for the task that you're doing. So she was trying to do 400-meter runs, but the way she was trying to get air into her lungs was inappropriate, so she was having to breathe faster, more frequently, which was causing her to feel short of breath, and a perception of her breathing was really, really high. What brings that about is a breathing pattern disorder is characterized by not moving your breathing muscles in an efficient way, and that basically reduces how much the chest wall will move. And if the chest wall doesn't move as much, we can't get as much air into our lungs, and so we feel we can't take a satisfying breath, and then the answer is to breathe faster, so we breathe more frequently, and the flow of air through our throat goes faster. So that is what kind of causes it. Unfortunately, the way we identify breathing pattern disorder is quite new and novel, and so the prevalence of breathing pattern disorder is quite unknown. but it's thought that people with respiratory problems like asthma and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, somewhere between 20 to 80% of them also have a breathing pattern disorder. But it is possible that breathing pattern disorder can be the only problem the athlete has. And what we tend to see with breathing pattern disorder in terms of differentiation from symptoms is the breathing pattern disorder tends to only come on during really high intense bouts of exercise, and it happens at that point and then it fades away within 5 minutes of stopping. Whereas something like asthma will sort of happen after a continuous athletic event rather than right at that moment during high intensity exercise. So we can start to differentiate. What we tend to see is athletes with breathing pattern disorder will start to report that they're stopping their exercise or slowing their exercise because of their breathing rather than because their legs are tired. And that's another indication that maybe it's a breathing pattern disorder rather than it being asthma. So at the moment, the way we diagnose it in the UK, there's no standardized method. A lot of the time we diagnose it by excluding everything else. But we started to look at things like observing breathing pattern. There isn't any questionnaires at the moment. We're starting to develop them. And we're starting to use emerging technology to actually try and identify it. Breathing pattern disorder as well is linked to this condition called laryngeal obstruction. I don't know if, can the guys play the video? Can you play this video? Is that okay? At the back? Can you play the video? So this is a Thank you. Bit noisy. But if you heard her breathing, it was yeah, what's happening there, that wheeze is coming from her throat. So it's coming from her larynx, and it's being caused by her glottic and supraglottic structures, you can see here, are folding on top of her trachea. And that's what's causing the noise. Now that noise, about 90% of laryngeal obstruction is caused by breathing pattern disorder. We do have some athletes though that have that condition and do not respond to treatment for breathing pattern disorder. So an inhaler will not fix that problem. That problem we can fix by either changing breathing pattern, or they can do surgery and sort of trim the structures on in the throat to reduce them folding over. But that happens in about 5 or 10% of the people who have it. But most of the time we can resolve that by dealing with the breathing pattern disorder. So what does breathing pattern disorder look like? Most people I do this talk to, I say, what does a good breath look like? And has anyone been taught how to breathe? Or we all born, we started breathing and just kept on doing it. Yeah? So we all kind of have our own style of breathing. So what is an efficient breath versus what is an inefficient breath? So we use this technique here called optoelectronic plasmography. It's using 3D motion capture. We stick 90 markers on an individual's back and front, and that allows us to generate a 3D model of the chest and abdomen. And so now we can look at how the chest and the abdomen are moving. Are they moving together, or are different segments in this model moving at different times? So from that assessment, we can measure volume of air going in and out of the lungs. We can look at actually what is the contribution of the rib cage and the abdomen to that breath. And we can look at timing, which is really important when we look at breathing pattern disorder. So are we looking at, does the chest move at the same time as the abdomen? Or does the abdomen move at a different time to the chest? Okay, so we can detect that with this system. And that's what we found is that's a crucial metric for identifying breathing pattern disorder. So when we actually look at this metric where we look at abdomen movement versus rib cage movement, and when we look at breathing in, which is going left to right on the graph, you can see that as the abdomen moves, the rib cage moves at the same time. So our rib cage and abdomen move together at the same time. when we actually look at the start, of the breath, the first part of the movement is actually from our lower rib cage, and our lower rib cage moves sideways rather than upwards for a good breath, and then everything else kind of follows. So we're looking for the athlete to start their breath in their kind of lower rib cage area, and their rib cage to move sideways, and then everything else follow nice and smoothly. That's what our data suggests. Ooh. So this is an athlete, real time, breathing efficiently. So this is a healthy athlete that hasn't got breathing problems, hasn't got asthma, and you can see their abdomen and rib cage volume are going nice and smoothly together on a 45-degree angle, that top right-hand figure. Okay? Somebody that's got a breathing pattern disorder, it looks different. So this is somebody who has a breathing pattern disorder. See, this person is pushing their abdomen out and then lifting their rib cage, but not at the same time. So they're moving them at different times. Okay? This is at rest. This is the same person during exercise. So we can see it exacerbates, so they're kind of moving their rib cage and abdomen not at the same time. What this results in is less air being breathed per breath, and the person having to breathe more frequently. So they're having to put more work into their breathing. Okay? An inhaler will not stop that happening. This is mechanical, this is technical. This is a skill that the athlete kind of needs to change. There's lots of different weird ways that people breathe inefficiently, but we're always trying to get them back to this 45-degree angle. Okay? So the trick is, can we train an athlete, if an athlete has an abnormal breathing problem, can we train them to become healthier? So can an athlete change their breathing pattern? The short answer is yes, and I'll show you a video of that in a minute. But the way we treat it, there's different reasons why an athlete may be breathing ineffectively. One of them is technical. So do they know how to move their rib cage? And we talk through kind of different aspects of what we're looking for from the breathing muscles. Another is physical. How do they hold their posture? Do they hold their posture with their shoulders, or is their posture being held lower down in their kind of pelvis area? A lot of these athletes have psychology issues, so anxiety and stress play a big factor in this. And then we need to consider the environment as well. Kind of what conditions is the athlete trying to compete in? Indoors, outdoors, what are the weather conditions that bring on this condition? And is it only in competition? Or is it in training as well? And we have basically devised a kind of a toolbox that we can use with athletes to help them overcome this issue. You'll notice that there's not one medication on that list of things that you can do. So this is another area where if an athlete had this issue, we wouldn't give them more inhaler. We would allow them to kind of, if they had asthma, we'd keep them on their asthma inhalers, and then we do this. And this is likely to actually reduce their need to use their rescue medication like their beta-2 agonists. So there's lots of things we can do to improve breathing pattern. I'm just going to go back to this athlete that we saw. Can you just play the videos? Do the videos? So we just need this one. This is good. So this is the athlete after they've done their breathing pattern training. Their posture control is really good. If you listen, there's no wheeze anymore. So the athlete is not wheezing. They're not under distress. Okay. And from the back, you'll see they're breathing much more efficiently. And at this point, the athlete is not using any inhalers at all. So they're not using any inhalers. And the reason for that is because the problem was not asthma. The problem was a breathing pattern disorder. Okay. So just in summary, therapeutic inhaler use to manage asthma and exercise-induced bronchoconstriction within the WADA guidelines allows athletes to protect their airway health, compete on a level playing field, but it does not provide an ergogenic advantage to them. Early detection and secure diagnosis of the respiratory disorder is key, because some athletes it is asthma that causes their breathing problem. Other athletes it are things like breathing pattern disorder and laryngeal obstruction. And we need to know everything about the athlete to allow us to help them achieve everything they can in the sport they're doing. And respiratory disorders that are really well managed allow athletes to train and compete at a high level and optimize their performance. So we have written a textbook on this, so if you are interested in this in more detail, the textbook, I'd also like to thank everyone who sort of helped me along the way put this presentation together and been involved in the studies that we've talked about. I'm happy to take questions, but thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Professor Dickinson. It was really impressive, you know. So, Cənab Dickinsonun maraqlı və ətraflı çıxışına görə minnətdarlığımızı bildirirəm. Mövzu ilə bağlı sualınızı təqdim edə bilərsiniz.
Hello, Mr. Dickinson. Thank you for all the information that you shared here. I want to ask you about, as you know that in the recent years we had COVID-19 pandemics. So a lot of athletes also had COVID-19 and they had some treatments, but some of them saying that they have some issues right now too. Can you give some kind of maybe exercises or some kind of advices that kind of athletes can do to improve their respiratory health? Thank you.
Yeah, so talking about athletes with kind of long COVID, and we have that experience in the UK. Sometimes athletes, like before COVID came along, we had similar problems when athletes had bad chest infections. Then after the chest infection, their breathing was never quite right. And the same things kind of happened with people who've had COVID. Not everyone, but some people. And one aspect of what's caused it is a little bit like if someone gets an ankle sprain, they change the way they walk, and then the ankle gets better, but they don't stop limping. And so when an athlete maybe has COVID, they change the way they breathe, and then when it's gone, they don't let go of that change in breathing pattern. So it might be a case of working through some of those exercises to look on breathing efficiency and breathing pattern, and that's been really effective in the UK at helping our athletes overcome those issues. There are some more complex issues that long COVID has, but a lot of them are resolved by doing breathing pattern training.
Başqa suallar? Sual yoxdursa, thank you so much once again for your contribution, Professor Dickinson. Thank you. Hörmətli xanımlar, hörmətli cənablar, maraqlı çıxışlar üçün məruzəçilərimizə dərin təşəkkürümü bildirirəm. Fuad müəllim, sizə təşəkkürümü bildirirəm. Bakı konferansımızda çempionluğa ruhlandıran uğur hekayəsi, müxtəlif ölkələrin antidopinq siyasətinə yanaşması, idmançı köməkçi heyətini maraqlandıran bir sıra mövzular barədə əhəmiyyətli məlumatlar paylaşıldı. Hər kəsə yenə minnətdarlığımı bildirirəm. Növbəti görüşərək. İndi isə ilkin söz olaraq Azərbaycan Milli Antidopinq Agentliyinin icraçı direktoru Təxminə xanım Tağızadəyə verilir. Buyurun Təxminə xanım.
Zala baxıb görürəm ki, ən sadiq və dərin marağı olan insanlar qalıb. Mən sizə təşəkkürümü bildirirəm sizin vaxtınıza görə. Və bir də Gənclər və İdman Nazirinə, hörmətli Fuad müəllimə dərin minnətdarlığımı bildirmək istəyirəm ki, bu konfransı keçirmək üçün bütün şərait yaradıblar bizə. Və bir də yadınıza salmaq istəyirəm ki, ayın 23-ü, fevralın 23-ü Qubada atletlər üçün bir konferans keçiriləcək. Çox sağ olun, uğurlar sizə. Təşəkkür edirəm.